Yo yo, yo yo. Damn, my voice is cracking. Welcome. It's Friday, and we're gonna do some sound design today. So welcome. Hope you're all good. I'm good. Let me get this all started. Let's see. I'll do this one for now. I'll do that one for now. Wait, why is it misaligned? Why is this misaligned? Oh, because I'm in the... Is it because of that? Huh? Let me check. Display. This. There we go. Thought it was 82 always, but guess not. Okay. I had a little update of my OBS before we, or Streamlabs before we started streaming, so maybe that's why. That looks better. That's better. Cool. Yeah, I want to do some sound design today. I want to probably do some, you know, like one of those sessions where we just create some sounds and start processing it and then resample the hell out of it, just so I can chop things up and maybe use them later. And we'll see what we'll end up making today. I've been super busy with work, so I haven't really done much this week when it comes to music. So I figured that would be a good thing to do. Let's see. We'll probably just start with a serum. Oh, and I should probably grab my headphones as well. It's probably a smart thing to do, otherwise I can't hear shit. No, it's not. It's not right. It's misaligned somehow. Let me check. Let's go and do that. That's better. It's maybe a little small, but I can still see shit, so... Or is it my overlay itself that has just moved? That could also be the case. No, it looks fine. It looks like it's aligned at the top, so that should be good. Wait, it can go up a little bit. Maybe that is why. That. And then this one can go up a little. Maybe that. That'll do for now. Stupid updates, it's always annoying whenever I want to go live and I'll get an update. There was a weird thing as well before I started the stream. I normally I'll click to go live in my Streamlabs, and it'll give me like a thing where I can choose between schedule stream or go live. And it wouldn't show me the go live button. It only showed me like a schedule button. So I was like, what is this? So I did the schedule thing, and then it rescheduled the stream from last week, the feedback one. And I was like, what the hell? So I had to go and delete that one and then go back, and then suddenly it actually showed me the go live button again, and I was like, oh well, okay, that's weird. So always when you have an update to your software, it's always annoying because it tends to mess things up. Well, we're good. Make a little thing for now. So I actually wanna do some bass sound design first. I think that would be cool to do. Hope chat is working, because I haven't tested it after the update. I literally just went live straight after updating, so I hope everything is still good. Start with a bit of a, so like an 808 or something. I'll actually do that on the global tuning. Sure, we're gonna use that, but I want to set some stuff up real quick. Let's see. I do think I would like some extra stuff here as well. So let's just grab this and we'll remove that. And then add a couple of voices. We get some of that kind of stuff. And then let's maybe decrease this a little bit. And let's run that through a filter. Oh wait. And let's use another envelope here. And let's set up some macros for maybe the length here. Because I might want to get some shorter bits and some longer bits, so let's just do that. So this is going to be our decay. And maybe we'll add that to here as well. Or we'll do that on a separate one, maybe. That'll be cool, because then we get more variety. So let's do macro 2. This is gonna be your filter, envelope, decay. And are we gonna add a bit of that maybe? It could maybe be cool. Let's do a bit of this. Should we do an envelope on that as well? Might be nice. Instead of having this, we'll do an envelope. So we'll use another one here. And then maybe we'll have the decay of that moving around as well. And then we'll assign that to here. And then let's set up a macro on that. So this is our FM1 decay. I might put some FM on the other one as well. So here. Or FM1 amount, probably. Let's just do that. And then let's assign you to here. Let's do that. And let's set that to macro 5. Let's see, what can we do? Let's create a bit more of an interesting pattern. Let's see. Pattern doesn't really matter too much today, or for now. I just want to have some sort of like variety. Let's set up maybe, yeah, so let's go and do this, and then we'll assign that to the length of the pitch envelope, so that the high notes have a quicker like that. I want to leave one macro free because I want to add some randomization to all these macros, and then be able to turn it on and off, or turn it on and off, or sort of like control the depth of that. That's cool. We do some velocity stuff as well, maybe. Could be nice. Like, for instance, maybe these ones are going to be quieter. But not quieter. They're going to be shorter or something. Let's do this and assign that to here with, what are we going to do? 15%? And then I'll invert the range of that. I could have probably also done that here, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, maybe less. Let's do 8%. Just a little bit. Okay, cool. Hello, Defender. I think I want the amount on the filter as well. So let's go in here. Let's see, we have filter frequency. Let's do macro 6. So we get filter envelope, or we can do that, and then we'll do amount. Maybe we'll assign this one a little bit here so the higher notes actually have some. Yo, Tommy. Cool. Now we can start messing with this. So let's first add a little bit of distortion, something subtle, but something that makes it a little bit fatter. Let's see, favorites. What do we got? Yeah, let's just leave that there. Cool. Let's set up a bunch of randomized LFOs. Let's do slow, smooth, like that. And let's maybe copy that. And we'll do a little bit of a faster one as well. And let's start moving stuff around. So decay. Let's do that. 50%, and then we'll put that one on there as well. Do that 50% as well. Cool. Let's copy those. And let's see, we'll do the decay ones here. Let's do that. 50%. That one, 50%. Let's put the same one on here. Whoa, that LFO looks fucking weird. And let's go and copy those again. And let's put those on the FM amount. Now the FM amount, I don't always want to hear FM. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this at 100. And then I'm going to hold Alt Shift and click. So it sort of like makes it bipolar. But then half of that range is going to sit below 0. So it's basically half of the time it's just going to be at 0. And then every once in a while it brings in the FM, and then we'll do that one on here as well. See, we're not having any FM, only when it goes into the top half of this, we get FM. And I guess when these two align, we get sort of like extra amount of FM coming in. So we could even, can we increase this range? We can. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. We cannot increase this range further. Well, we could add one of these on here that just moves it as well, just a little bit. So it goes a little bit higher. The more we add of this, the more often we're gonna hear FM. I mean, it's not really doing much right now, but it is doing some stuff every once in a while. So let's use another two here, and let's do these on here, and then we'll use a different one. Let's go with this one. Chuck you on here. I just want to get sort of like variety in here, so it's not just the same sort of like thing the entire time. Yeah, see, so we get some FM there, which is nice. Filter envelope amount. We're gonna modulate that as well. We still have two free ones, so let's do that. And let's what are we gonna do? That seems fine. Okay, cool. Let's use macro 8 to control all that randomization, so we can turn it off if we want to. Let's go here. So here we have all these ones, and now we just have to select macro 8 for all of these, which is a little bit annoying, but we're gonna do it. I wish we could do this all at once, like select all of them and then just set macro 8 to all of those, but it is what it is. There we go. Now we have no randomization, and then this is cool. That sounds pretty cool already. Let's I could do processing in here, but I think we're just gonna stick with this and then add some stuff to it. So should we add maybe some Foley or something for noise? That could be fun. Let's see what we got. Raw recordings, free sound. Let me search for industry or something. We might have some like long. Something like that, but that one might actually be cool. Let's just extend this a bunch. Oh wait, we're in mid-side mode. Let's do stereo. Now let's see, can we add the shape of that to the noise? I mean, we could probably. Let's do MIDI effects. Let's try envelope MIDI. Put that here. And we can map that to something on here. So we could, I don't know, let's do utility. Probably do it here. Put the gain all the way down. Let's do map to here. Oh wait, I'm like, why am I not hearing anything? It's because this one is solo. Let's add a filter to that as well. We could actually, we could do that with serum effects actually. Because then we have the LFOs. That might be smart to do. Let's do serum effects. Put that on here. So we get this. If I do this, that's not working. Why does audio in not work? It should be working because I'm seeing it here. Why is that not working? Strange. Strange. We have audio coming in, so why does that not work? That's odd. I'm pretty sure you were able to do that with Serum 1. And you would just have the noise set to audio in and it would automatically run through the plugin. Maybe it's a bug? But that doesn't seem to be working. It is definitely getting audio coming in because it's visible here. And we can hear it as well if we turn this off. But when we do that, it doesn't work. Huh? That's strange. No. I'm trying to think if I'm missing something, but I don't think I am. That's weird. Bypassing the filter, but that also doesn't work. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. We'll just do everything in the effects panel, but still. I would have liked it because then we had the gain here, you know? It's definitely running through the plugin. Because if we add a filter here now, we can do that. So now I haven't updated Serum in a while, so maybe it has already been fixed, but try boosting the gain on the EQ. No, that's not gonna do much. It's just completely silent. It's not like there's just a tiny little bit. It's completely silent. Even if we boost the gain here. Like, there's just nothing coming through. For some weird reason. See? We can boost this up to 12 and nothing is happening. So that's weird. Because that should be working. You have node latch on? I don't. Ah! Okay. So you need to have node latch on for this to even come through here. Interesting. Well, thank you. We fixed it. I'm not sure if you needed to do that in Serum 1. I don't think you had to. Only if you wanted to use sort of like MIDI retriggering for things like here, which we're probably going to do actually. So we don't need to use this envelope. We can actually use the internal envelopes of Serum, which is kind of nice. So in here, let's just group this one and create another chain. And we're going to do external instrument, which is going to send into here, into Serum effects. So that one now respond, or at least gets like a MIDI signal. We can put this on a group, this thermal. Let's put that on a group. And then this one now gets MIDI. Yeah, okay. Cool. So now we can actually use this filter. some resonant tones happening in that noise, but that might actually lead to some cool stuff when we start distorting and resampling the hell out of it. And if not, we can always get rid of that with some soothe. Cool, let's do the decay of this one. So that's gonna be our noise decay. Yo, what is that? Dark Matter DMB? Welcome. And I guess we'll do the amount as well. So envelope, do that one on a macro. That's gonna be your noise filter amount. What FMT? No. AMT for amount. So we're gonna have areas without noise and areas with noise. Do we want more on here? I think this might be good for now, actually. So let's do our thing here. Let's do that. Make it nice and slow. Smooth turned on, and then we'll copy that and make a bit of a faster one. Then we'll assign that to these right here. So let's do 50%. Come on, there we go. And let's do this one 50% as well. And then we'll do that and that. And chuck these on here. I'm gonna do maybe bipolar for this one. So it comes in every now and then. I don't think we will. Maybe one of them. Only the fast one. Cool. Should we do maybe the attack as well on this one? Might be fun. Might be fun as a little variation. And the fun part is we can change the noise in here to something else if we want to get different results. So. Oh yeah, and let's do our which ones are going to the macros? This one, do that, 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 and that, maybe these ones. So we can turn that randomization off as well. And let's go and let's grab another serum effects here on the group. And let's see, let's maybe do a little bit of chorus maybe. High pass it so that it only affects the the higher frequencies. And then we'll probably do randomization in here again as well. See, this is the thing. I love doing this because it just, you get like a lot of unexpected results by doing this. Because all these things are moving against each other. And you're just gonna, you know, create things that you probably wouldn't have come up with otherwise. So let's do that. Maybe not as much though on this one. Do 50% and make that bipolar. And this one we'll do about 50% as well. Make sure it's in front of the thermal. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm going to add a soothe to this because I'm not sure that I like the resonant bits in here. So let's just do this. And we should be able to see it. Let's do sharpness up and this all the way up. That should already be taking care of it. Yeah, see there. Those things moving down. So now it's literally just noise. So those bits are sitting around here. Boy in a Band, holy shit, I haven't seen him around for such a long time. Didn't he got into like some bit of a scandal thing years ago? Something vaguely is in my memory of something that I saw passing by of, I forgot what it was. But like, he's an OG, but not that I really watched a lot of his stuff, honestly, a little bit every once in a while, but never was too big on his stuff. He did, and then he just disappeared forever. Ah, so that's why he hasn't been around. I don't remember what the scandal was either. No, I don't either, but I remember seeing some shit, and it being like a whole fucking ordeal. Probably was with some girl or something, I don't know. You know? Especially like the old time YouTubers, they all had like, a lot of them had like shit happen, you know. One YouTuber has a relationship with another, and then something happens, and both fan bases get toxic as hell against each other, and then before you know it, something leaks out. Fucking hell, who was it again? There was another one of these people. I'm not saying that was it, but you know, what was his name again? I couldn't stand the dude. He's like really old school YouTube. I really couldn't stand this asshole, I wanted to say, but I don't know him. He did the banana song, the thing that insanely blew up in early YouTube days. Man, I couldn't stand that dude. He was such an annoying dude to watch. And he went like, I don't know what the hell happened with him, but like I remember this whole thing with like some other girl or something. Ah, fucking hell, it was weird. Again, I'm not really too into any of that drama bullshit. It's just negative stuff that doesn't really do anything for me. Refi? No, I don't know that guy or whoever that is. I can't come up with the name. Let's just say, from what I saw, I'm pretty sure the dude had some mental issues. And yeah. That's the guy that did the banana phone? No, I don't think it was that. I don't know. Like I said, I've never really been too much into that. It's just that because I'm on YouTube for a long time, I've seen stuff come around that blew up in like these circles. But whenever I saw something like that with like drama and like negative stuff, I would just be like, okay, goodbye, not for me. You know, I don't want to be a part of that. There's already too much fucking drama in the world, you know? I don't want to also have to deal with that online. And I think most people would agree with me. Like I go online to get to stay away from all the fucking bullshit in the world, you know? Not to see more of it. Okay, so we have this serum effect. So let's see, we can also maybe add a bit of reverb. And we need more distortion, first of all. So let's, maybe we'll chuck a Saturn in here. See what we have. Aggressive. Nah, that's too much. Bass. To come in less often, so noise filter amount, let's maybe make this one bipolar as well so it doesn't come in as often. And I feel like we're already getting noise because of the saturation. Yeah, so we don't even necessarily need the noise. Oh, I never used the presets. I completely forgot in Saturn you also have these things, where you can assign stuff to modulators. That's cool for what we're doing, actually. Because that way we can sort of like move stuff inside of here. Wouldn't modern days use the XY pads? They're actually really helpful. You know, like for moving stuff like what we're doing here. Like, I assume we could add that to here, yeah. See, so we can have like a randomization device move this at random, and it just moves parameters inside of the plugin. Which is really helpful if you do these randomized sort of like things. triggered. Oh, you can also send MIDI into it. That's kind of cool. Wait, so if I duplicate this external instrument and I send that into the group, we can select Saturn. Nice. So then now Saturn should be receiving MIDI. I guess I could also select it here, but that is taking audio, not MIDI. So I guess I've done it the right way. And then if I choose one of these, MIDI triggered, that should be responding to the MIDI. Not that. Oh yeah. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll set something up ourselves in a bit. It might be nice. Let's go. Let's just try these. What the hell? Yeah, see, this is also responding to the MIDI. See, these envelopes here are now being re-triggered when the MIDI comes in. Or is it the audio? It's probably the audio. Normal input, yeah, okay, so it's audio probably. I think we'll probably end up setting something up ourselves with that. Let's make sure that the low end is mono. Let's see, what else do we have? Well, we got a thermal already. Let's add another one. And I'm going to group these things. And let's save as well. And can I add, I mean, I should be able to. It's not in here. Should be somewhere in here. List of favorites. Device randomizer. Let's add that in here. And let's add these things to macros. That's gonna move around, yeah. And then we can go in here. And we can do this one. Maybe dry wet as well. We need to click this. There we go. Dry wet. And then let's do that here as well. I'm not sure we need the dry wet for that one. And then just add this to macros. All of that is now moving around. And then we can switch to a different preset. And we'll still do stuff here. So maybe I'll take this one off. It's maybe too much. Don't really need that for now. Let's maybe add a little drum loop or something, so we got some extra thing to work with. Ah, okay, I was like, what the fuck? Why does it feel like it goes out of time? Because I messed this up. There we go. Let me just set this to loop. We can just drag this out. Now it should be okay. There's some cool things happening with this preset. Some of the high end is a bit much, but trying to see where that is coming from. Also maybe controlling the drive here a bit. Trying to figure out where the noise and stuff is coming from now. Let's turn these off and go through them one by one, see if we can take that out, because I don't really like that too much. I like sort of like what is happening to the mid-range with this preset. Oh, it might be this actually, also. Because there was a lot of feedback on this delay that was creating like some resonance stuff that I didn't like. That sounds cool. But that is creating quite a bit of noise. Right, so it's the feedback, mostly, I think. Like, we want to have a bit of it, of course, not completely take it out, but... Sounds pretty cool. Maybe that last one is a bit much. Like a little bit less length on these bass notes every once in a while. So we had some stuff controlling the decay here. What if we make one of them bipolar? There's no dry wet on these, right? Doesn't look like it. We have the global dry wet. Let's move that one as well. So we got some mid-range stuff now as well, some like high frequencies. What if we do something to that? Like we're doing just a massive experiment right now, which is kind of fun. Let's grab maybe an audio effect rack in between here. And let's do a little frequency split. So let's just chuck this on here. Probably only need the low and highs. So we'll do that. Let's set this to a macro. And then we'll copy that. And we'll just turn these on. And this is our crossover frequency. So we have the low end, and then there we got all the mid-range stuff. So what if we apply like some fluttery stuff to the mid-range? See what happens. I think I'm gonna create another track for that. Oh, we could do it in here actually. So if we just take this serum, or a new serum, let's add another serum in here. We're not going to hear that. I mean, we might want to hear it for now, but we're not going to hear it when we actually use it. So let's just set that to a sine wave. So now we're just going to get just a sine wave. And then we'll set this maybe to be an octave lower. So it's really low. And then we're not gonna hear that, but we'll use that. We probably should rename this main patch so I know which one is which. And let's see, we could, this is our low, and this is our mid-high. Just call it mid, doesn't really matter. Let's try kilohertz ring mod on here. We'll just add it here. And then we can set the input to be that track that we created, which is like really low sine wave. That is like an octave below what the MIDI notes are playing. And then we'll use input 3/4 here. I mean, it is doing something, but I don't like what it does on the high notes. So let's actually make another track. And just put this one on this track. And we'll copy these notes. And let's just extend this. And then we'll have that one there. So it's only sticking to the low note. Let's see what happens when we do that. Oh, it's still working? Yeah, it's still working. Let's add this mix to a macro maybe. Mix macro, and then we map that to one of the macros here. Maybe we do want to have it at a higher pitch. Let's see. MIDI effect pitch. I mean, we can add those to a macro as well. Why not? While we're at it. Bias and rectify. We'll probably do the mix of the reverb as well or something. So we have parts with and without reverb. I love this kind of stuff because you just never know what you're gonna end up getting with so many things just moving around. Now we can also move this around. Now it's not probably gonna do much if we add it here. I mean, it's still doing something. It's more subtle if we add it here. Shaper table is always fun. I don't use this enough. But it can be really sick for like creating nasty distortion. No, not the drive. Don't need the drive. I think that's fine. We want the frame. That's this thing. Let's add that to a macro. Gonna get pretty crazy at some point, but now we could we had the frequency split here. We could add this, or add a frequency split here as well. That might be fun. Although it's kind of nice having it like this. Just want some cool little preset here that does some fun stuff. So if we add this one after the ring mod rack, what happens then? Go to a different folder. Okay, we're gonna do a couple more things. Because we have the rack. Let's go and do the bias, the phase, and then we map that to a macro here as well. Maybe the mix as well. Which drums? We don't have any drums right now. Let's do repeat. Bias might maybe be a little bit much. So let's just unmap that one. I wish there was a way with this randomized modulation to have the phase only move every once in a while. Can we do that? I mean, we can. Oh wait, bias should be at 0. Oh, that's annoying. 63.5, can we do that? We can. Fucking hell, nice. Oh, smooth might actually be nice to have as well. And we get some less higher distorted bits as well, which is kind of cool. 0.05, is that the lowest? Okay, we want to make it go from 0.5, which was the default that we had, all the way up to 20%. And let's map that to another macro, so we're just gonna start back over here. We're doing a randomized sound design, just to see what we end up with. Obviously some parts are going to be way too much, but by having all this random stuff happening, you know, we get some pretty weird and cool unexpected things, which is kind of what I like to do. So we start from just, we can just turn this rack off. That's the input. Which already has some random movement, but that is then running through our processing chain. And when we have like a whole long chain, we can also start muting things while it's recording the output. So we get like all kinds of different things that we can then chop up later. I'm just looking to make some sounds, you know? Not necessarily making a tune with this, but just making sounds. What else do we got? We got noisy. So yeah, I would like the face maybe to come in every once in a while. That might be better. Because now it's always sort of like moving the face, but it's kind of nice if it comes in every once in a while. So let's save, because of all this randomization, we might get a crash at some point. The CPU is, well, it's still doing okay. But this kind of stuff does tend to use quite a bit of CPU, so let's see. If we use an LFO, we chuck that in this rack, and we can use maybe stray or glider, which already moves around at random like this. And then let's unmap this one from the face here. Let me think if that's the right move. Yeah, that's probably the right move. And then we'll assign this one to here. If we bring the depth down, it's going to be at 50, right? Yeah, it's going to be at 50. We can do this. Let's see. if we do this here and then bring this down, then it's gonna sit at the bottom, and that would mean we have no change to the phase. Oh wait, no, the phase is actually going both directions, so it's perfect. If the depth is down, then the phase is at 0. See? So and then when we bring the depth up, it starts moving the phase. So if we add the depth to a macro, maybe we'll do the rate as well. Just set up this range a little bit, because the rate, we don't want it to go too fast. And then we map this to a macro here, and we'll map that to a macro. It's still moving around too much for my taste. I would like this to go to 0 quite often. So maybe we'll use another LFO. Let's unmap the depth here. Let's just do another stray or maybe glider for good measure. Oh, we don't necessarily need that, I think. We can make it go bipolar. Yeah, I think we do need a second one, but if we do this, then every time it's in the negative, it should not move the phase. So if we then add this to the depth, but then it's not going to go all the way up to 100. Oh, it is. Nice. See, so now every time this goes into the negative side of it, in the bottom half, this is going to be at 0. Maybe we'll use stray. And then we can assign this to a macro. And just change the rate. It's going too quick. I mean, you can do mod remapping in Ableton. It's actually pretty cool how you can do that. So let's say we have an LFO and we want to remap the movement of that. Well, we can actually do that. All you need is the shaper device. So if we have the shaper device here, you can use that for mod remapping. A lot of people don't know this, but you can actually do that. So let's say we want to do the same thing with a shaper. We could create a shape like this. How do we delete a point? There we go. So now we have this shape. And then we can use the output of this to control the shaper. So if we set this to manual, we get this manual knob. See? That goes through here. So now we can assign the output of this to the manual knob. And look at what we get. Reshaped modulation. And you can use this with any of the modulators. You can just use that, and now we can also change the curve of that automation, of that modulation. See? So it's actually possible, but a lot of people don't know about this feature of the shaper device. But it's really useful sometimes. The only downside with these devices is that they use quite a bit of CPU, especially when you start using a lot of them, because they're based on Max for Life. I really hope that Ableton at some point just implements these natively and not relies on Max for Life to do these things, because you can see the CPU has already shot up to like 50%. And if we mute these, oh, it's still at 50. So maybe it's not that much right now, but yeah, it's quite cool. You can use that to do some pretty cool modulation. Decode, yeah, I saw. I saw your post in the Discord. What is he gonna make? A Max for Life rack to make shitty 808s? Like, I really don't expect much from it, you know? Oh, it was somebody else who posted it? Okay, that's cool. I wish him good luck on his endeavors. Maybe if he just spends time doing stuff like that, he is not gonna spend too much time with all the drama bullshit and just being like a dumbass. Maybe he learned something, you know? That might actually be good. I love how in the video he said, "I'm gonna teach Max for Life to learn Max for Life." Okay, that's stupid. Maybe you should swap that around. Yeah, Defender, he kind of is. He doesn't realize it himself, I think, but that's his ego probably that prevents him from realizing that. I've had so many discussions with him on Twitter back in the day, like trying to make him understand how some of the things he says are like borderline narcissistic. Well, borderline they kind of are. And then he just goes with like, "Oh, you're just hating on the producer community," all that kind of bullshit, you know. Or he will start, you know, telling me what to do or something. Be like, "Oh, just go and make videos, blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. But yeah, I've kind of stopped caring about him. He's a lost cause, you know? The only one who can save him is he himself. Let's just keep it at that. Okay, we want to have something that's less crazy. Growls. Those look pretty crazy. It might be too much. Let's see what happens if we add the shaper table somewhere earlier on in the chain. Maybe all the way after serum effects. Twitter? Please no. I almost feel like if we use the shaper table, we might want to have another sort of like filter or something. But we know how to use this with an audio in. So what if we add shape a table here? And then we go and turn this on. Then we have to turn that on. And then we do this. And then we can use an envelope. Okay, that's not working. Is that Serum Effects getting a MIDI input or not? Oh, it's getting MIDI input from here or not? Serum Effects. Yeah, which one? Oh, that one is going to the audio track, so it's actually not getting a signal yet. So let's duplicate this one. Let's send this to the group, and we'll choose Serum Effects. Okay, well that is working. Let's set macro to the amount maybe. Macro 2. I wonder what happens if we have the low end just clean, because it kind of destroys the low end a lot of times when we have this shaper table. But I do like what it does to the texture in the high frequencies, so we could just grab ourselves this again, and we'll just do that. And then we group this. Is that gonna destroy the mapping? I hope not. Group. It doesn't. It just creates more, which is good. Okay. Now we just have that. Let's add this one to a macro here as well. We have a free macro. That is going to be our crossover. And then we can open up this, and then we can add another EQ. We'll map that to the same one, and then we'll just do that. So we have mid distortion, and we have our low. Let's set the low point of that to be 120 or something. And the high point, I don't know, maybe 1200. Then we can move that around as well. Now the low end should stay clean. Smemble. This does so many weird things, but it's kind of awesome. maybe change the pattern. Like, it creates some cool sounds every once in a while, which is kind of what you want with this technique. You just want to set it up so that things are moving, and then when you record a whole long session of it, I would probably record like, not like this pattern. I would probably start recording something like with like more gaps in here, so you get like actual one-shot hits that you just record the audio. And then because everything is moving at random, you know, you get like a whole lot of different one-shot hits. So you could just create like a pattern that is more like, you know, just like, I don't know, just like that. Like, you can just record this. And then every time it plays, you get a different hit. And there's some pretty cool ones in there. And then you can, of course, maybe do the high thing as well, so you get some higher bits. Maybe do a combination, you know, where you have like stuff like this, and then maybe a little pattern in there as well, so you get like variation. Have like multiple kind of different things that you're recording. Basically just do like a long resampling session with it, and then while you're resampling, you can obviously go in to the processing chain and like switch out the shape in the shaper table, for instance, while you're recording. So switch to different presets here, so you get like different varieties, different things basically. And you can also start muting certain effects in here, maybe swapping out the presets in Thermal, you know, like opening the Thermal and swapping out those presets, just to kind of get all kinds of different things. Yeah, exactly. It's my preferred way of doing sound design, because of the random movement, you just don't know what you're gonna get, right? And it's easy to get a lot of unusable stuff, but that's why I often work with a rack where I set up macros and then specify the ranges of those macros so they stay within sort of like a usable range. But still, because a lot of stuff is moving at random by using this device randomizer, you still get a lot of different combinations of stuff that you would have never come up with if you had to automate all those parameters by yourself, you know? That's the thing. Like, you can do the exact same thing as what we're getting here by just automating everything at random. Just start drawing in automation, but it's so much tedious work to do that. Whereas this is just, you know, you're just having fun, just playing around with different effects and seeing what happens when you throw that in and this in and map it, and then just let it just move and do its thing. It's also cool to make a rack for one specific sound and then feed it on something else. Yeah, exactly. Like this, that's why I'm also doing this on a group. Like this rack, we can also chuck that on some drums, you know? Like we could also have like this drum loop now. Let's drop it in the group and let's solo that track. Now, we are getting some issues because the filter is not re-triggering to the drums. But you see where I'm going with that, right? You can, you know, do a very similar thing. And let's say we had what was it? This one. Like we can move this whole thing to the drums and have the drums sort of like re-trigger the envelope, something like that, so that the envelope in Serum Effects is actually re-triggering to the kick and snare or something. But this is a really cool technique as well to get like really interesting sort of like drum bits happening that you wouldn't have come up with otherwise. Like you can just chuck a new break in here and see what happens. You know, let's just say, I don't know, what do we have? What do we got? Yeah, sure. Let's chuck that one in here. And you would definitely want to have like a MIDI trigger for the serum, but that will be easy to do. Like we don't have to remove this one actually, we can just do it. Let's just turn this one off, so now Serum Effects is not being re-triggered. See, it's just low passed. And then we can take a break, maybe this one, create another track, and just add something on there, in our case an external instrument, send that to the group, into Serum Effects, and then we just have to add MIDI triggers here. I think that will work. So this break is this long. So I think if we do this, we can now start basically just adding a MIDI trigger where we want something to happen. So we can do that. Maybe do that. I think we can even just have them short like this. Doesn't really matter. It's just about re-triggering it. And you just look at the hits and sort of like align these with the hits here. And then now that Serum Effects is re-triggering. You can do it for every hit as well. If you really wanted to respond to every hit. I guess you could use an audio input as well. Somehow convert that into the movement, but MIDI trigger is kind of helpful because then you can also try out different things, re-trigger it in places where it normally wouldn't if it's triggered by audio. But for now, let's just copy the the hits, roughly. See, so that's now re-triggering the serum effects that sits on the group here, which is this one, which has that filter in it. This filter, and that filter is now being re-triggered. Now the filter is also closing down every once in a while because it's not going all the way up. Like, that depends on the LFOs here. So but it can create some pretty cool things. So what if we take this piece, because it's not completely on the grid. What if I have an idea. What if we bounce this to slice the new MIDI track? Sampler, yeah, okay. Slice that to a new MIDI track. Now we have it here. We can check, so we wanna quantize this to, I guess, 1/32 notes. So let's do quantize 1/32 notes to the end as well. And now we don't even have to do the whole MIDI trigger thing, because now we can just take this MIDI and use that. So then it automatically triggers to every hit in this file. Now all we have to do is just group this and add that external instrument in here and send it to the group into Serum Effects. And I guess because it's drums now, you would probably want to shorten up the envelope that is used on the filter, because we're dealing with drums, right? So now we would probably go more like here. You get pretty creative with it. It's quite interesting stuff. It's a bit much on this break, but it's kind of cool. It's quite fun to mess around with shit like this, you know? But I kind of like it when we have like a separate MIDI trigger, because then you can have it not re-trigger the entire time, but just on specific parts. Gives you a little bit more freedom. Oh, I guess we're hearing it with the bass as well. It's a good way to find sort of like interesting percussion sounds that, again, you wouldn't have made otherwise. And just using this to kind of make weird percussion. Because you can start doing a lot of stuff, like, I don't know, what if we start pitching this? shorten these hits up. Like those fast bits at the end, those could actually be really cool as like a little roll in a drum loop, you know? And again, it also depends on the hit itself, you know, like or on the drums itself. Like chuck a different drum loop in here, and you get different results. I don't know. What happens if we chuck in? Let's see. What do we got? What if we chuck in some percussive loop like that? It's still using the same MIDI trigger. But all these sort of like processed bits now all kind of have the same texture. So if you do this with a whole bunch of sounds, you'll basically have a whole palette of sounds to use in a track that all have a similar sort of like texture to it. Some of it is too much, but the OTT on this does actually a lot because it's really boosting the length of the bass. So if we turn that OTT off, we get a bit of a cleaner result on this break. I mean clean in a relative sense because I mean it's not clean, but you get what I mean. What happens if we throw an amen break in here? Do I have amen breaks in Rex format? I don't think so. That would be sick, because then I can just do the slice to MIDI. I don't think so. Let's see, packs, drums... Rex amen breaks. Huh. Yeah, let's just say we pick that one. Slice that to MIDI again. And as long as the hits in there are correctly set up, then we should have it here now with all the hits. We just take the input from maybe this one, copy that to here. Oh wait, we have to group it, otherwise it's going to go replace this. But then we just copy this, go into here, there, drop it in here, turn this on, and then make sure that this one is off. And now we should get the same thing on this, or on this one. Might even be good to have like just a clean aim and break. Amen.rex or .rx2. We're gonna get, yeah, we're actually gonna get just aim and breaks now. Yeah, like that one. And just slice that to MIDI. Group that. Move this one to that group. Let's get rid of this one. So now we have it on a clean aim and break, which isn't too processed yet. Not that it matters too much, because we're just getting the same kind of texture. And we can just say like, oh, well, maybe some of this is a bit much, so I don't know. Let's turn all of it off and turn them on one by one to see what happens. See, clean aim and break. Then you can just go through and just start resampling the hell out of it. And it has the exact same texture as the other things that we had. As that. Almost sounds like some of this is now triggering. Yeah, of course it is. That one is triggering our MIDI now, which is kind of weird. But we can turn this one back on. Now we have the regular bass thing back. But you can see, you could even trigger the processing with a drum loop, even though you're playing the bass. That's also kind of interesting. Just having like a drum loop trigger the processing. That's weird as fuck. And you get rhythmic bass. Rhythmic effects on the bass. create even more different hits. But yeah, it's like a whole bunch of cool ways how you can use this kind of technique of like making like a long effects change and then using things to modulate other things, and you get all these weird things happening. That's honestly a lot of fun. Let's just save, because I have a feeling that Ableton is gonna go absolutely nuts soon. We're still under 100% CPU, so we're still good. But I need to piss, so I'll let you guys listen to this intro track for a bit, this intro music. I'm gonna take a short break to go to the bathroom. And then we'll probably, what should we do? Design some more sounds? Or resample? Maybe we should resample for a bit. Also, I need to grab myself a drink. I'm out of my drink. Yeah, one moment. I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, we're back. Resample? I mean, resampling is fun, but it is also a bit long, you know? Usually I will just make sounds and then resample afterwards, but maybe we'll do it on stream this time. Yo, decode later. Have some sushi. That sounds awesome, actually. now I crave some sushi. Thanks. Damn, we lost literally almost all the viewers. while during my break. What the fuck? Guys, that wasn't the end screen of the stream. That was just me taking a short bathroom break. I think a lot of people thought that the stream was ending. Or something. Well, to the 5 people still here, hope you're doing good. Okay, so this track is not doing anything. Oh, we're back at 6 now. Like some of those hits are pretty decent actually. The only thing I don't like is how the bass seems to be quite quiet a lot of times, so maybe we'll just chuck this in here. These bass tails are a little louder. I guess the OTT was also taking care of that, but this will just even out a lot of the things happening, which is always kind of nice. That's the one thing with like these long processing chains, you get like a lot of volume differences as well, so it's good to have like a compressor at the end just squashing it all, so it is all sort of like sitting at a bit of the same level. You can also do that afterwards, it doesn't really matter. You can just leave it the way it is, and then when you start using the samples, just start processing it with like a compressor to kind of even out the level. But I do sometimes like to keep that in there when I'm resampling. OTT might actually be too much if you turn it off and use a compressor instead. I love how when we use a rhythmic trigger, you get all these weird things happening that wouldn't be happening otherwise if we just used the actual MIDI itself. It's definitely good to do with the resampling and make it do that as well. I also shortened this up, but that's fine. Didn't we have the decay moving around? We don't. Okay. Well, in that case, this decay probably wants to move around. we can do that. Let's just do this and that. Let's have these move the decay around. Maybe a bit less though. Let's see, let's go to just this one. I'll probably keep it on F, because then you can just hitch the hits later. And that's also why I would normally also make sure that I resample a long session with just single notes like this. Because then you just, well, they're a lot easier to chop up. Whereas if you record the entire loop here, you do obviously get parts where you miss the tail end of it. Even though there's still going to be loads of cool bits in here. Like a lot of these, the shorter ones for sure, they're definitely, you can definitely chop those out. But maybe we'll throw in another effect that we can turn off and on. What do we have? Like, I'm kind of enjoying making the whole chain. I mean, if you want to get really crazy, then you just throw something in like an infiltrator, which has a random button, you know, to switch through random presets, and you're gonna get absolutely madness, I guess. See what happens. Always fun. That's what I mean. And if you move these macros around at random, which we can do, then oh boy, I'm scared of what we're gonna get. Like, Infiltrator is one of those plugins which is just a gem for when you're doing resampling and doing like these long chains. Like, there's a couple of ones that I'll tend to use a lot during these sessions, which is Infiltrator, Portal by Output for like granular things, because it allows you to just flick through presets and then also at the same time morph the XY graph of Portal to get like all kinds of varieties. And then of course Thermal as well, which is another one of those plugins. Hello Mick Gordon. Yeah, exactly. And then with one click of a button we suddenly have percussion. What the hell? See, that's what I mean. Infiltrator is absolutely massive for this kind of stuff. Just record a whole take of this, and you got like so many weird sounds. And like I said, the best part of this is that because of the fact we have this processing chain, all these sounds have a similar texture to it. Especially because they're all running through that ring mod, right? That ring mod that is being triggered by this MIDI, which is very similar to the MIDI we have. It's just a single sine wave, basically, that's triggering the MIDI at the same pitch as what we have, except for, I guess, the higher notes here. Those just get an F note to it. But that ring mod creates like some interesting texture, but everything has that texture now, which is cool. There was also this one plugin that Elk swears by. Yeah, I saw him use something as well that when I saw him use it, I said like, oh, that looks interesting, but I never got it. I also forgot the name of it. It had like a pretty long name, I believe, like at least like a... I forgot. I would have to ask him. Or just check his old streams, of course, like... He probably uses it regularly. I guess other plugins that are good for this stuff would be the kilohertz stuff, right? Like Snap Heap, Multipass. Because those will have a ton of presets that you can flick through, and also you can hook up the macros of those plugins to this modulation rack that we have. So that would be another 2 plugins that are absolutely great for this. Anything that has macros in the plugin and like a ton of different presets and like a lot of effects, multi-effect stuff in general, yeah, exactly, will be good for this, you know? Because you'll just flick through presets, basically, and you don't really care about what you're making, you're just trying to see what happens. And as you flick through random presets, you'll come across things that you're gonna go like, what the hell did I just make? I guess Rift would be another good one by Minimal Audio. And even Serum Effects itself, you know? Even though I don't like the preset browsing in Serum, but that's another story. I love this weird shit that we got now. Many weird things happening. Now I wonder what happens if we run one of these drum loops through it. So if we take the aim and break and we just mute this one and turn the aim and break MIDI triggering back on. It's the reverb, right? Yeah. Record it without the reverb so you can add reverb yourself later. Because otherwise you're gonna chop into the reverb tail. And if you record it dry, then you can just... Oh yeah, Beam. Beam is another good one. I forgot about Beam. Beam is another good one for this kind of stuff. It does need more macros though. I would love to have like, I don't know, 4 or 8 macros in that. Maybe they updated it already at this point. I haven't used it in a while, but It only had one macro, which kind of sucks. For like a multi-effects plugin, it would be nice if it had more, because then you can do like more complex things. Like for instance here, Infiltrator has 4 macros, which is plenty, you know, that's enough. I guess we can add more, actually. I see a plus icon here, so we can even add more. I'm gonna keep this Infiltrator because it was a really cool effect, so let's just duplicate it and see what else we get. Well, now it just suddenly turned into percussion. Weird percussion, that is, but... Jesus Christ. What is... the filter? Ah, so it's a really resonant filter that creates the beep. Huh, interesting. That's a good one. That's a good one to keep in here for resampling. Using like the cutoff to get different resonances in here and then distorting the hell out of that together, because it creates a ton of weird cool effects. So like that's what I say, you just mess with like a couple of these presets until you find some cool bits, and then you just keep a couple of ones in here that sounded cool and you just start resampling with those. An oscillating resonant filter, yeah. I wonder if we could... Could we... I don't think we can, but... How cool would it be if we could... if we could link this, key track it with like a MIDI input. That would be so fucking sick. Map a step mod to it and turn it into an ARP. Yeah, like... Like I know we have MIDI sequencing here. I don't know how to use it. I never really used that part. MIDI assignment? No, that's something else. But like, if you could key track that, that would be so fucking cool. But even without it, you know? I guess if we add more macros. And we do this. Okay, that's maybe a bit much. I mean, it's annoying as fuck like this, but... Oh, you've just given me an idea. You've just given me an idea. Do that. Open up this thing here. And show me this macro. You've just given me an idea. If we add MIDI, which one was it again? Expression control? I think it was expression control. Let's save before we crash Ableton. You never know what happens. And if we add the expression control to here, or just before here, doesn't really matter. And we can set this to key track, unipolar, and we can map this, and then we go into the group and we map it to here. It is working, but not as cool as I hoped it would be. But we have all these different options here as well. So we could say random. Now it's going to pick a random position every time it triggers a MIDI note. And now we can just set up the range to be a little bit less annoying. Still have the other one, so what happens if we click this? Is it gonna randomize the entire thing or only this lane? Only that lane, nice. but that's kind of weird. These knobs work on just a lane that's selected, but if we click rotate here, it's going to rotate all of them. Why doesn't it just rotate this one? That would be so much more logical. Like, then you can move that one, but it moves all of them, which is kind of beats the whole purpose, I feel like, of this. Would be better if you could just select multiple ones if you want to move multiple of these things. But if it's only one that's selected and you click these arrows, it just moves only that lane. That would be better. Because a lot of times you want to get the position to be different from the other one, so you get different results, right? This preset is fucking insane. I probably wouldn't even... well, maybe I would use the random thing, but the random filter movement with the macro, but... Could also just move it around yourself and set it to different positions. You know, like we have in this one. Because then you can just find like a cool position and just... And then when you're happy, you've got some cool bits, just move it somewhere else. Ooh, idea. We can move these last ones to here. Can we copy this one? Copy. Paste. Paste. Now we have 3 different ones. So we can say one is gonna be lower. One is gonna be, I don't know, maybe we'll put it right here. Yes! Even better. Just set up a bunch of different ones with different pitches you like. Can select multiple ones. Oh shit. Why is it just filling out all the gaps though? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, so it's probably better to just start adding them in yourself. And just go like, okay, well, I'll just add some myself. And just moving them around. Man, this preset is absolutely insane. I fucking love this. So we're definitely keeping that. That's for sure. Let's unmap that. What was it modulated by? It was modulated by this expression control. Let's remove the expression control. Now we need to continue with the infiltrator to see if we have more bits, because holy shit. Also, there might be presets with more macros, so if we do this and add these macros to here as well. 6, 8, why did 7 not add? 7. And we map these as well. Then if there's a preset with 8 macros, all of them are moving. I mean, yeah, you can probably do some mad breaker shit with this kind of stuff as well. But I normally just go with the resampling stuff and just use this kind of weird shit for resampling and just messing about with different presets and seeing what happens, because yeah, you're just gonna get weird things. And it's fun, you know, because you never know what's gonna happen. Okay, this preset is making my CPU die. This is good for like glitchy edits as well. Like especially this whole graph where you can sort of like sequence the effects. It allows for making like super glitchy things. So I guess even like glitch plugins would be good to have in here as well. Like there's some plugins by Glitch Machines. You know, those have like a ton of weird like shit happening in them, which can probably be good to throw in these effects chains to get like weird things. Okay. Oh no, my CPU is dying. I broke Ableton. Can I? Come on. Can you guys still hear me talk normally, or is my voice also messed up? Is my voice okay, or is it actually messed up as well? Because my CPU is absolutely going nuts here. Oh, the voice is fine. Okay, cool. I'm hoping that Ableton responds and deletes this infiltrator. Not that big of a deal, because I can check what the preset was by just watching the stream recording. I don't think it will, though. I think Ableton is just completely frozen now. Trying to see if it starts doing something, but I think if I click once more, yeah, I don't know when I saved for the last time. Okay, let me fix this. Oh, Ableton is back. Ableton is back for a brief moment, but then it freezes again straight away. I did hit delete at some point, so I'm hoping that the infiltrator suddenly disappears when Ableton starts to like respond. Yeah, it should. Okay, Ableton is being closed. Let's see what happens. That was fun. Oh, that's why I say always make sure to save regularly when you're doing these long resample chains, because yeah, stuff might happen. Would you like to recover your work? Yeah, sure. Let's see what happens. Maybe it'll freeze again straight away. Maybe not. I mean, I did save before I started adding the infiltrators, so we're pretty good on that. We definitely have the whole sort of like thing still. Okay. Let's see. Let me check real quick. So it has even saved my infiltrator thing, from what it looks like. Ah, okay. So it just it has saved everything except for the preset switching of the last infiltrator before it started crashing. So everything else is still there. If I turn this one on, we should just have our that thing back. Oh wait, you guys cannot hear that because I muted the audio of Ableton for you guys because it was getting absolutely unbearable to listen to. See, so that's still there. Let me save this as a new version, just so I don't mess up anything else. Not sure if the other version is different from this one, but now we at least know that we have both of them in case they are. We try that again? Kinda have to, right? I mean, we're looking for cool sounds. This might be a good thing to keep doing for now, because we had the infiltrator definitely did a lot of cool stuff. Like, as soon as we started adding the infiltrator into the mix, things were getting absolutely crazy, and we had, like, so many good sounds. Okay. Bangaranger. Oh my god. I mean, that's not even that crazy. But yeah, CPU is definitely going crazy. Oh, did I find another preset? Oh, no, we're good. We might be nearing the end of what my CPU can handle. That's something that we could also do, exactly. Although we're using the infiltrators sort of like halfway in the chain. So that's gonna make it harder, because we're using the infiltrators sort of like mid-chain, and we're also having elements after it that are being triggered by other things in here. So it's gonna make it tough to do that. And it's especially the ring mod here is kind of nice, because if we add like let's see what the difference is. If we take this infiltrator that had the cool shit and we add that after the ring mod, it sounds similar, but the high-pitched bits that are created by that resonant filter are not getting the fluttery sort of like sound that the ring mod is creating, because the ring mod is adding this flutter that is basically being triggered by this sine wave coming from this this thing, which all this time I also had this one turned on. We don't need to have this on. So we were hearing a sine wave going through here. Oh, we don't, huh? Okay, never mind. Oh, I muted it here. Let's just do that, so it's easier to keep track of. But that is sort of like changing the ring mod frequency. So the ring mod frequency is dependent on the input here from this. And that's kind of doing a nice sort of like texture on whatever the infiltrator is doing. So we do definitely want to keep that. And I mean, this is fine. Like, I don't care that it starts going crazy. But we could even just, you know, like resample everything in front of here. But then again, we also have the random sort of like movement coming from this entire rack that is moving things in here. And the moment we resample it, it also sort of like prints that movement. And what is kind of nice about it right now is that this device randomizer has a couple of built-in LFOs. Basically, it has like this sort of like LFO in it. And then there's, because this is just an LFO, but it's a random LFO. And then this is a sort of like FM. So it frequency modulates the frequency of the top LFO by how we set it up here with like the timing. You can't really see it, but it's in the mapping. Like these timings right here. And then the depth amount, that is this one. So when that depth amount goes up, it's sort of like frequency modulates the frequency of the main LFO in here. And that is controlling all of these macros. So when these macros move, sure, they're all moving at random amounts, but they're all moving at the same rate, which means that the modulation that is happening is also kind of all tied together, if that makes sense. So when this frequency modulation goes up and these macros start moving really quickly, which we could probably exaggerate if I bring this up a ton. See? When it goes up and suddenly at some points these macros will start moving really fast, but they all start moving really fast together. Of course, now it's not doing it. See? They all speed up and slow down at the same amount, even though they're not moving with the same amounts in total, you know, because they all are responding differently. But the speed is sort of like similar with all of them. And that kind of helps to tie down all the movement in the sound a lot. Whereas if you print it to audio and then have like another sort of like chain doing things at different speeds, it will still work, obviously. It will still work, but it will also create, well, less consistency, I guess. Might actually be cool to have some fast bits in there as well. I upped the frequency speed now. Let's see what happens. Might actually make it more glitchy. That infiltrator just makes it so fucking interesting. Yeah, you know, you're always bound to what your CPU can handle, but like these kind of chains and stuff, it just, I don't know, man, it's so much fun to do. Because you get so many weird things. Yo, Prozac, welcome. You've just missed a moment where my CPU absolutely died on us. It said, yo, what the fuck are you doing, mate? This is too much. But we're back. In case anybody is joining in and wonders, we are starting from a pretty basic sound actually, but yeah, things are getting really crazy. Should we just remind ourselves what we're starting from? Immediately, our CPU is back down to 4% CPU use. That's the sound we're starting with. It's pretty quiet for you guys, probably. Just a little patch in serum. There you go. Just a bit of that. With some random movement to the filters and the envelopes that we used in there. And then, well, yeah, we're running it through a really long chain. It's not even that long, actually. I've done way longer processing chains. It's just that there's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of stuff moving around by these macros, which is why we're getting some really crazy things. Yo! Dance Before 9. I was like, well, how am I gonna pronounce that name? But it's Dance Before 9. Welcome. Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.? I guess either way could work, but... Okay, back to our infiltrator stuff, because that was so much fun. Let's save. So it saves us from where we are at now. That's actually a good preset for like some glitchy texture. The only thing I don't like is the really resonant frequency in there. I'm not sure where that is coming from. This is a looper device or something, yeah? That's a rotate, and that's a delay. Is the delay getting a high frequency? It is. Okay, so if we turn that off... No, we're still getting it. Is it the rotate? Yeah, it's probably the rotate, because that does the shift in frequencies. I'm gonna have such a cool palette of sounds to work with after this stream. Which is exactly what I wanted to do today. I have this couple of things that I wanna work on. Like I've been making some cool like cinematic intro bits that could lead so well into an absolutely messed up neuro drum and bass influenced kind of thing, but like not your traditional like drum and bass, but more like just maybe even like what would be a good example? I guess Billen has done some stuff absolutely crazy where it's just like where it's kind of drum and bass and kind of neuro influence, but at the same time it's also something that's more like cinematic and like weird as fuck. I have one intro bit that I was working on that could totally fit a vibe like that, and sounds like this will help a lot. Yeah, this preset has some pretty cool things. Might be good to just start favoriting these presets, so I can just go through the favorites when I'm resampling. That way I don't have to have like 15 infiltrators in here that I switch between, but I can just flick through my favorite presets. Yeah, Thijs has done some weird shit as well. Like, Thijs is amazing. He's done some pretty cool stuff. I honestly haven't really been keeping up with the Noisia radio, or the Vision radio, I should say. It used to be Noisia radio, but it's Vision radio now. I haven't really kept up with it. I do see the notifications every time, but I just don't have time to tune in every week like I used to. I'm too busy with like my own stuff, you know. But every once in a while, if I have nothing to do, or if I'm doing, I don't know, let's say I'm cleaning or something like that, I'll put up an episode. And I'm still catching up with a lot of them, so I haven't heard like some of the new releases. I saw that there was some new Ring Nord stuff, which I probably should listen to because I absolutely loved the first things that they did. Any of the guys from Noisia is just crazy. Yeah, true. Like, they're definitely at the top of the game. It's always good to hear what they do. Very inspiring. Did you? Oh, yeah, Streamlabs can be weird sometimes. Yeah, I do like the transient bits that come in every once in a while. There's also unusable areas, but there's like some glitchy transient bits that can be good to use as like little fill things in like a drum pattern. I don't want to copy this infiltrator again. It's going to absolutely destroy my CPU. I know that. So we'll just click random again here. I've saved it as a... I'll just save all the good sounding ones into like my favorites. So when I resample, I can just go through those. I would love to learn how to make the Noisia reptile main bass sound in Serum. Yeah, I mean, there's so many of their sounds, like, but also a lot of their sounds were made before Serum was around, and I would probably guess that a lot of their sounds also start from like just experiments, right? I mean, it makes sense. Oh, there's a video of them doing the sound I never made? Well, then you should be able to somewhat replicate it in Serum. Unless they use like a shit ton of different... Like if they use all the 8... What was it? 8 or 6 oscillators, then maybe not. Of 8, of course. It's called FM8, for fuck's sake. This one is kind of cool as well. A little bit less crazy, but still quite usable. Okay. Absolute madness. Holy shit. I think we've blown our speaker. In a way, it actually is a cool preset now, with this on. Hey, hello Dave. Is that Dave Columbo Jenkins? I mean, I gotta have to save this one. Ooh. That one creates some nasty distortion. Those higher bits. When it goes to the higher note, are nice and crunchy. Definitely saving that. Oh no. We found another one. Oh, you know I'm gonna have to... Oh, it's already saved. Good. Now I wonder these presets here might all be good, you know? Yeah, that's really nice. That one isn't too great, actually. So, woo, woo. I don't really like that. Yeah, but glitches are cool. Okay, it is doing some cool stuff. What the hell? Yes. Okay, I'm also kind of wondering what happens if we run this through. We go back here, turn this one off. Let's go back to our aim and break. What do we get then? Oh, that's sick as fuck. Crunchy as hell, but... And for like resampling this, like this is actually really helpful. What I would do here probably is like, if we set this pattern up, like we have this pattern now, right? But what if we add like ones in between here, or like I would even like, yeah, we can just create our own pattern now. Let's just say we want to have this pattern, just repeat. Maybe with like this here, and that's just gonna repeat like that. So this is triggering the things in the processing that is happening. And then let's just add a couple ones in here. Like that. And then we'll just duplicate those. Maybe we'll do a couple of faster bits as well, like that. Maybe right here we're just gonna do the entire thing, like that. And then all of these, I'm gonna open up this and hit the chance window here. And let's just, oh, that's the velocity. Let's just decrease the chance of those notes to like something like, I don't know, 50% or just below 50. So now those are sort of like gonna have a chance of being played. So they're not gonna play always, but this main pattern will be there. every time it loops, you get a different pattern. But the main pattern is sort of like staying the same. We can run something else through it, maybe this break. Yeah, we've literally just worked with the same sound this entire stream. Well, there's a couple of sounds, but the same chain. But it's fun. We're getting so many cool sounds, and the thing is that, like I said it a couple of times now, but all of these sounds have the same texture, so they will sound cohesive when you know, use them together. You can just make some of your own drum loops or something and run them through this, something like this. Like I have a ton of them. Things that I made over the years. Well, we have these ones here. Let's try some other ones. Like they're at this point, like all of them start sounding the same through the processing, because it's the processing that is actually creating the sound. You know, and not the input anymore. Unless with the bass and the drum difference, I guess. But even with like the drums, like a lot of the stuff that is happening is just like, it sounds cool because of the processing now, which is kind of awesome. Although you do get different results depending on the thing that you put in. Yeah, exactly, Defender. That's kind of what we're doing today, right? We've made a sound, then we processed the hell out of that to make it sound somewhat interesting, and then we started trying out random shit by throwing different things through it, or adding, like I said, multi-effects plugins in somewhere in the middle of the chain. So that everything starts interacting with each other, and the more you add, the more crazy things are gonna become. Dude, I just had a fucking moment of an idea. You know what other plugin would be insane to add into this? Cool, we might get issues because Infiltrator is already eating up our CPU, but we turn it off. CPU is not going down that much. It's mostly the modulation, I think, that is doing the CPU in at the moment. Yeah, see, if I turn the randomize off here, we're instantly dropping down like 20% on the CPU. So the movement is doing the most CPU use. Which makes sense, this is also a Max for Live device, you know, so it definitely eats a lot of CPU. Throw a 0G data file sample in there? Oh, dude. I should have them. Where's my folder with 90 sample CDs? There it is. Data file. Disk 1. Vocals. Oh, these are chopped up. I actually have them chopped up, which is kinda nice. But I don't have the uncut one here. Which isn't that big of a deal. We can just select all of them and add them on a track. Can just do that. Oh, but it's gonna add them with gaps in between. Oh, not if we hit Alt. Nice. I mean, that's maybe a bit much. We can just select 40 of them. Almost exactly right in terms of the length. Look at that. And then we move it there. We can get rid of the last two because it's already plenty. I mean, that definitely creates some cool things. Yeah, so yeah, that also works. I have a folder here where I have these. Let's see what happens. Let's grab... Do we have something in F? We don't. But we have one in E. So... Oh, that one has... Okay, that's kind of sucks. It has pauses in between. But... Do I have... Don't think I have them without. Yeah, so that has a ton of gaps in there, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I know, but tuning isn't necessarily that big of a deal with stuff like this. It's still all sort of like roughly in tune. This creates some pretty cool things. Oh yeah, we have to, of course, have... I would have to find a folder of these, because I know that I have the folder with these separate samples on my hard drive, and then I can just chuck them all right after each other. In the name of Bollywood, what's happening? You're killing me, mate. Yeah, this is cool. Vocal is definitely a good call. There's some pretty cool bits that happened then. I do have some of them female, ethnic. They're in D, but Don't think there's any in F with this pack. Like I can tune them to F, of course, but then it's also gonna change the length of it, and it's gonna probably cut parts of it off. Oh wait, I see F here somewhere. Yeah, F minor. What if we layer this with the bass? That's actually pretty cool. Like we could even use this oscillator again, like to do the ring mod stuff. Like if we take our ring mod, where is it? Right here. If we... Oh, I guess it's already being ring modded. But what if we ring mod it again? What if we let this ring mod listen to this track, the top one? And then we layer it with the bass. We're not even using the infiltrator right now. Oh no, I had the infiltrator turned off. What is this gonna sound like with the infiltrator then? Holy shit! Now we have to know what it sounds like with our other infiltrator. There's some really cool things happening. What the hell, mate? Okay. We weren't done with our presets though. Should we try? Let's save. Error. I know, but I'm just gonna have my own mud pie after this because I'm just gonna resample the hell out of this. And just go through these presets and resample the whole thing off stream into my own whole collection of mud pies that I can use later. Because man, there's some really cool things happening with all of this. I don't even think the noise is actually doing much at this point. Maybe a little bit, but it's not doing much. This was being triggered, right? By our envelope thing at the bottom here, if I'm correct. Oh no, it's not. It's being triggered by this one. That one. No. This one. But man, holy fucking shit, we're getting so many weird cool sounds. Definitely a good source for inspiration doing these changes as well. Like, if you're completely not sure what to make, just start doing shit like this and just... you'll find something. Guaranteed. That was pretty cool. That one is already saved, so... Bit much, but it's kind of cool. Cool for glitches. Ooh. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You can literally take sounds out of here that are just so good on their own, and it's just a tiny fraction of whatever the fuck the resampled file is gonna be. There's gonna be so much cool stuff that you could literally resample the hell out of this project file and have like a palette of sounds to work with for like what, like 10 or 20 different tracks. You could make a whole album out of different sounds from those resampled files, I guess. Would be a good way to make an album that has cohesive sort of like sound design. And then when you need different things, you just make another patch and you run it through the processing to get different results. If you need a track in a different key, you just change the MIDI to a different key. And now you have it in a different key. Right? So... like that first one, that first hit right there was sick as fuck. That's why I also say I would also, you know, like, make a variation where you just have, like, one-shot notes like this, and you just have those recording. Like obviously now we have it with the vocal, but see, because you get also the cool little parts in the tills where the till decays to nothing. You get these weird little like artifacts happening that you wouldn't get if you have like a pattern like this where it's just basically sound the entire way through. It's good to have like some one-shot hits in there as well, because then those are definitely easier to chop up than having like a whole loop of things. But both are great. Like the whole loop definitely creates the sickest fucking glitchy things that, well, yeah, it just creates so many cool things. This preset is cool as fuck. But to find the cool bits, we're definitely gonna have to do the whole loop, because that gives us the coolest things. Like almost all of these in this category are really good. For like the glitchy things, like you can have a less glitchy sort of like a resample session, and then one with all these really glitchy presets, and then those glitchy presets will create things that you can use at like ends of phrases and use as like glitches for like transitions and stuff like that. And while you use the less glitchy one for like, you know, maybe the regular bass hits that are just used most of the time, and these glitchy parts are just used sprinkled in here and there. Yeah, the vocal definitely creates a cool texture. But, you know, at this point, like, you can add all kinds of different things in here to create different texture. And that's cool. Let's see, let's go into my folder of samples. Let's see what we got. Minimal drum and bass, mid bass layers. So these won't have sub, I think. No, they don't have sub. Perfect. So we tune them up to maybe F, because they're in D. What do we get? Absolute madness. What else do we got? Random piano in F minor. Random piano in F minor. Ooh. Did you hear that first hit? That could be fun, having like a track with piano playing. Putting that in here. Dude, I think I even have the track that I used for this. The rec, I mean. Let's do a MIDI track. Let's save. Presets, rec, instruments, traditional maybe, piano keys. Thought I saved this one. Pretty sure I did. Let me find it. Instruments. Processed? No. Oh, here. It is actually here. I hope my CPU is gonna allow me to do this. Okay. We have a piano. And this is a piano with like a random okay, it's loading the piano. Ableton is slow as fuck now. As it's loading that. Or is Ableton crashing again? Oh no, it's not. It has loaded. So, and here's the MIDI. So it's just a really basic chord progression in F minor. But you can change this to whatever you want it to be then of course. And if I turn everything off, so let's go and turn these off and turn the processing off, you can hear what's happening. So it's basically just a rack where it right, so we have just this. See? And that is then running through a shit ton of MIDI effects to kind of change what happens. So that is doing random velocity. And then these racks here are creating extra sort of like notes. So higher octave. This creates extra notes. This one does more extra notes. And then the only thing I would have to do is automate this so that those notes are all sustained. We can just do this, that, and then we do that or that. And then we just duplicate that. And this one, I guess we want to do that. And then we just copy that whole thing. And it just creates a randomized piano. And then we can run that through. Holy shit. But with the bass, let's see. And the piano bits just become texture of the bass. Might probably be good to high pass the piano then, in that case, because there's low piano notes as well. Well, they're not that low, but just to make sure that it's only the mid, so like parts. Do I have something set up to these things? Oh yeah, I have the speeds also randomized, so it also creates random speeds on the piano, which is kind of what we're getting, which is kind of cool. And of course, changing the chords here is gonna matter a lot for like what we get, because right now it's just that progression, but yeah, okay, so piano is definitely a good one as well. That's the thing, like, just play around with different samples and we get cool things. And I guess with these with this processing chain, we can also create the most crazy re stuff. If we mute this and we throw in a sample of a re space. Oh boy. So this re space is in D sharp. Let's make it F. Yeah, it just starts sounding like the same stuff as what we had. I have other ones. I don't think it matters too much what we throw in here in terms of bass. I think it also like starts sounding similar. But it's good for making cohesive bass stuff. Because it does, of course, change depending on what the pattern of the original thing is. And what we do in the external instrument here. Yeah, this one has a clean sub indeed. So we might want to have one that is more like, you know, an actual Res. And we're also using one of the most insanely crazy presets, of course, but like if we go back from using this one to the MIDI that was being triggered by this one. Definitely creates some interesting bits. More crazy stuff. These are actually an F. Yeah, it's mostly sub. True. Sub with some extra bits. Definitely nicer if we layer some like higher thing in here with the bass that we already had. That creates the best things, I feel. That could be weird. These are like hits that I once made out of a cello recording. Okay, that file is gigantic, but okay. So these are also like coming from cello things. Yeah, but that also has a lot of low end, so it just does the same thing. We definitely want to have stuff that is not as low. I guess ambient sounds can also be nice. These sort of like Foley recordings and stuff, that can also probably be cool. Well, that might be weird. That's in E flat minor. 2 up. Okay, that creates cool things. I guess to keep it in time, we can just warp this file to 175, because that's what I made it in. And this one actually has some bass, but also a ton of mid-range, so if we run it through one of our presets... It actually doesn't have that much bass, so it might actually be nice to layer this one with the bass. Gets pretty crazy. But on its own, it also kind of works. Let's see what else we got. We got another glitch category here. And we got a ton of other things. But I do like that just without the infiltrators, just the chain itself here. That creates some pretty cool sounds. So what happens if we stretch this? Similar thing. Definitely one that I can do as well. We got so many cool things. Oh yeah, just like got more piano. What is this? Duduk. Different instrument. At this point, it's just changing the tone of the whole thing slightly, but... These improv takes are actually quite helpful for this. Just like... Okay, that's already bass. But just like stuff that is basically just playing on an instrument works really well. Piano chords that have been resampled through a granular plugin. I think this already has plenty of bass, actually. It definitely has bass. That's why the output also gets bass. If we high pass it, it has no bass. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. It's 1:40 a.m. We've been getting carried away a lot with this last little section, but it's fun. So many cool sounds. I'm happy with this stream. This stream was cool. I've done similar things like this also for drums. Like I remember doing a whole session where I had like maybe if I search for MudPie. I should probably find it. Was it that one? I've just taken a drum break, basically, and just chopped it up, and then just started, like, running that whole drum break, triggering the MIDI notes, and then just start running it through a long processing chain, and you get, like, a long file as well, but... you get all kinds of weird things. It's kind of similar technique as what we did today, but the one from today definitely sounds cooler. But it's a very similar thing, and then you can just chop things out of there when you're working on a track, which is always good. Randomized operator. Noise perks. Oh yeah, okay, that's just that. That's not that interesting. But you get what I mean. It's always fun to do. Anyways, thanks for today, for being here. I'm gonna have a field day recording all of this. Because we got so much. And definitely the infiltrator bits are gonna be fucking sick. Like, that one preset we found, this one, holy shit. That one did such a cool thing. And I guess I can set up 2 more frequencies because I have 2 slots free, so I can duplicate this 2 more times and find another resonant frequency that sounds cool. Because, yeah, there's so much cool stuff happening with that preset and then running it through stuff together with other sounds. Yeah. A lot of weird shit, but cool stuff. So, thanks for being here. I'll be signing off. I'll be back next week. So, join back again next week, I guess. And join the Discord. Link is already in the chat, I see, but I'll just spam it a couple of times more. Because you can join the Discord. Go. And if you want to support me, you can find me on Patreon as well. So go check out the Patreon. Maybe I'll even drop some of these sounds on Patreon. Well, I'm obviously gonna use them myself first, but they'll maybe one day I'll put some of it on Patreon. This is mostly for my own use for now, I guess. And I'm kind of making a palette of sounds. I've already done a couple of other sessions where I did a similar thing as what I did on stream today. Just making a palette of sounds for stuff that I am working on. And this definitely fits the thing. So thanks. Hope you have a good night. Or day, or whatever time it is where you're at. I'll be in the Discord, so if you have anything to say or talk about, or you want to ask something or whatever, come to the Discord and hit me up there. And yeah, without further ado, I'll see you all back next week. I don't really have an outro music, so I guess we'll just play this. I guess we'll just play what we had. So thanks, and I'll see you all next week. Peace.